Today I'm gonna be working on OBS again. It's been a while. A lot of stuff happened. I was intending to do work streams on Sundays more consistently, but things happened. But I'm here now, and yeah, let's get everything started. Actually, one second. Let me get a program projector going here because I like that. Let's see what my stream's doing. Why are my eyes closing again? It's doing that again. Okay, one second. I need some settings. Why are the tracking settings not doing what I wanted to do? Eyes open sensitivity. I think it's a little weird now. Why is it doing that? Blink sensitivity go down. Okay, I think it's better now. Alright, that should do. Alright, good. So, yeah, hello. Let's go back to some work. So, I have a bunch of things pending. I am not gonna get to everything today. One thing that is, after the Spout 2 release and a bunch of early bug fixes, the next thing that I've been wanting to do... Is that a Cyan cleaning up or something? I don't know if you can hear that. The next thing I wanted to do is work on OBS-PW-Video because, as you know, right now you need to manually connect the nodes through QPW graph or something like that to get the stream on OBS, and that is kind of silly. That is something that is nice to be able to do if you have a very advanced setup. You want to like reconnect things dynamically, use scripts, whatever. But normal people just want to click on a checkbox on a drop-down box in OBS and pick the source, like Spout 2. So that's going to be the first order of the day. Another thing I wanted to do, and this is kind of unrelated, is that OBS on Linux has had a long-standing problem where when you have a capture device like a webcam or an HDMI capture card, it has no idea which one you selected, and if you unplug it and plug something else in or restart or anything, it'll just randomly pick a different capture device, and that is both very scary because you can dox yourself and rather useless. And it's one of those situations where people have tried to fix this multiple times, and because of a bunch of unfortunate timing and people reasons, none of the fixes ever made it into OBS. So I spoke with the OBS developers and the OBS project lead, and basically what I'm going to do is take the last attempt at fixing that. And the big point of contention was that the fix introduced an extra like setting the user had to pick to choose how to select the capture device, and that's where all the sort of, you know, this is not user friendly kind of discussion and backshitting happened. And I know how to fix that. I have a plan. I have an algorithm that will make it user-friendly and not have to change the UI. So hopefully that will not be a huge project. It's mostly taking a PR that's already exists but was closed and changing the logic a little bit, fixing a couple things, and hopefully fix a very, very long-standing OBS on Linux bug that's been annoying me forever. So yeah, that's the second thing if I get to it, if I get the PW-Video source selector done, which is actually a very similar UI. So I'm actually going to steal how that UI works from the existing capture plugin in OBS first. So it's all kind of connected. Because, you know, OBS-PW-Video, you're choosing Spout 2 or PipeWire sources. On capture device, you're choosing capture devices. It's kind of the same deal. So, yeah, that's the plan. Let me check the chat. Sarah says, thank you for OBS-PW-Video. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Daniel says the same thing. Hello, Fava. Hello, Diogo. Hello, Yuri Fantasy. I love that you two share the same language screen. Yeah, I think it's super cute. I really like it. Hello, Iridawai. Hello, Fava Mel. Hello, Onoru. Hello, Sapphire. Hello, Manimiao. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for being a member for 1 month. Wonder if it relates to the PipeWire OBS issue where audio devices sometimes share the same name, so pipe from all the same. No, that's different, and I've never heard about that one, so that's interesting. I would like to hear more about that. I I do have another project that I'm working on. Actually, I can kind of show you, but don't share it too much. Let me make sure I'm all set here. I think it should be good. So if you go to guide.lena.yt, I am writing Lena's guide to streaming on Fedora. This is very rough. Please don't share it too much. I already had someone send me a PR and I need to reply to them and be like, hold on, I need to work on some things first. But I'm trying to write a guide to streaming on Linux and more specifically Fedora. I say Fedora because, you know, Linux is very broad, and I feel like if I have a guide that's, you know, tries to cover everything, first of all, I don't have the time or ability to like curate all that content, and so I'm writing a guide that is primarily aimed at Fedora because that way I can recommend this to new people that want to use Linux and just be like, just do everything I tell you and everything will be fine. And you know, I have my own opinions about distributions and stuff, and I think my opinions aren't bad. So, but of course, you're welcome to use the documentation that will be here on whatever other distribution or setup you use. Some parts will be entirely adaptable to other setups. So yeah, it's something I'm working on. But it's not redone yet. I need to add like a big header or something that says, "This is not done yet. Please don't share it too much." Yeah. That's that. If you do, however, want to set up Fedora for whatever reason, I do believe this is new, but I have basically the to-do walkthrough on how to do the initial setup and how to add some software that you kind of really want to add, and some things. It's kind of the basic steps with Fedora. So and some basic content. So if you are in fact installing Fedora anytime soon or have, and you might want to look through what is there already, because I think it'll probably give you some good ideas. But I don't have any software info yet. This is just the basic, like how to set up. The next part I'm probably working on is probably audio, because there's a ton of stuff to be done and explained about how to do audio. There's so many ways to do everything, and it'll be very good to have a reference of some recommended ways to do streaming related things. So that's that. Let's go back to OBS though. So OBS-PW-Video, and I hope I have my dev environment set up here. So yeah, I want to be setting up a... Oh yeah, I just fixed an OBS bug recently, by the way. That was kind of cool. Addie mentioned that she was getting some crashes, and yeah, I figured it out, fixed it. Alright, there's a lot of random stuff here that I really should close. And I just like close this file list is a mess. I'm just gonna close this. I'll make a new session. Alright, so software, OBS Studio. Not OBS Studio, this is a plugin, but we're gonna be reading some OBS source code. OBS-PW-Video. So here's the plugin source. And we might or might not have to write some C++. I'm actually not sure how much of the UI is generic versus requires custom Qt code. Because the current plugin only has a single checkbox, which can be done without any custom API, like any custom UI stuff. But yeah, let's check the OBS source code and see how that is done. We're on OBS now, and hopefully I'm not gonna... There's no webcam plugged in or anything. Capture card, not muted. Yeah, it's fine. So, oh yeah, I was testing the browser because there were some issues there, but that's not the problem we have. So what we have right now, and I think PW-Video is not going to be in here. Nope, because I'm not running it. So I want to run it not like this as path. I want to run with this one, PW-Video, but not API trace. And we don't need the Qt, the X11, and we don't need to run it on NVIDIA. So, yes, now we have PipeWire Video, and so the only UI we have right now is this double buffering checkbox, which mostly does nothing, actually. It's a very specific thing that does not do anything for Spout 2. It's intended for native PipeWire sources. The idea is that if you have a native PipeWire app sending video to PWVideo, if the app is running vsynced by itself, which most apps will, because it's the easiest way to do things, then OBS is running, say, at 60 FPS. The app is running at, say, 60 FPS. But they are different 60 FPSs. They're not actually synchronized. OBS will not be running synchronized to your monitor. That can cause some jitter, some issues where you can skip frames and it can look a little jank. Double buffering fixes that by adding a tiny bit of lag, like 1 frame of lag. But it does not do anything with Spout 2, because even though Spout 2 works the same way, because there's the PipeWire bridge involved, the Spout 2 PipeWire bridge actually runs synchronized with the OBS frame rate. So Spout 2 itself doesn't really do frame sync very well. So we don't do that. And instead, basically, every time OBS is gonna render a frame, it will ask Spout 2 for a frame. This is essentially the same thing the Spout 2 Windows plugin does, so it's kind of the best you can do. So this checkbox does nothing for Spout 2. And in fact, one of the things I want to fix is that I want to, there'll be actually multiple settings for frame sync related things here. And I wanted to detect what kind of source you're connected to and just gray out the checkbox if it's not relevant to what you're doing to make it more user-friendly. So yeah, right now this UI is very, 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 very basic. We're going to be improving this. So let's see what OBS does for the Video for Linux plugin, because that is a good reference for a more complicated device selection UI. Plugins, OBS, no, Linux v4l2 is where the... And there is no Qt C++, which is good. What's under data? Oh, just locale. Okay, good. So there's no... We don't have to write Qt code for this, which is very good. Because I don't really want to depend on Qt for the plugin build and all that. It's very nice that we don't have to. So how does this work? There's controls here. There's decoder, helpers, input. Okay, so if we're going to input... I bet it's near the bottom. Properties. There we go. Okay, so you said device ID. Aha, so you can in fact create combo lists and all that. That's really important. So we're gonna have to add a bunch of these. And let's do my usual split view. Split vertical. Using Windows with VBand to move audio back and forth with Linux Big PC. Yeah, VBand works for that. There's also, by the way, if you're talking about moving video around, there is a thing that I haven't tried yet, but if you ever have to, I would recommend trying, which is that? The, I forget what the name was. It's like Open Network Video Streaming something. There's a name for it. How do you do that? What was the name of that thing? It's like NDI, but open source. And I keep forgetting the name. Oh, is this it? Is this it? I'm not sure if this is it. No, that's not it. Codec. Open Media Transport. Yes, that's what it is. Open Media Transport. So I've been wanting an NDI alternative. I tried using some OBS plugins that were related to that, and they were kind of really bad. But I've never tried this. But Open Media Transport OBS. There is a plugin for OBS that uses Open Media Transport to transmit video over the network. And again, I haven't tried it, but from everything I've seen about OMT, this is what you want to be using if you want something that's compatible between Linux and Windows and doesn't rely on like NDI or any proprietary stuff. So if you do want to do that, give it a shot. Let me know how it works. I'm gonna get some water. I actually need to get some refill. 1 second. I'm back. So yeah, Open Media Transport. If you are interested, do give it a try and let me know how it works. So, back to this. So we're gonna have to add some properties here. So, that goes here. So first we're gonna have to add a property for the source. And apparently do we need to keep all these properties around? Set modified callback. Okay, yeah, we do need callbacks. And then it picks up the lists and releases. So we're gonna have to figure out how to handle that properly. But let's call this props because short names are nice. Source. And I'm guessing what this does is dispose of all the devices, and then and it just doesn't add string. One question I want to know is, yeah, you kind of want to keep the IDs, because you can potentially have multiple sources with the same name, which is obviously going to be confusing. But I don't want to use strings to identify sources. So, but actually this has 2 names, so this might already do what I want. Properties API reference. So it has a name and a value. The name is the localized name, the value is the actual string value stored and will be returned by OBS data get string. Okay, so this is a little bit, there's actually kind of 3 different things we need here. So, on one hand, this is where it gets a little complex. On one hand, we have the names shown to the user. On the other hand, behind the scenes where there are unique IDs and ways we want to use to match up what the user specified that is stored in the scene with what is actually going on in PipeWire. And on the other hand, potentially, if you have 2 sources with the same exact name, which is not a good idea, but it could happen, at runtime, you kind of want to identify them by node ID. And I'm wondering what the best way to do this is, because we could keep a track of the property list with we could keep track of the property list. We could let me think about this. Because you can do strings, you can do ints, you can do floats. What I really want to store is like, you know, like an object. Like a JSON or something like that would work, or just even a delimiter split string. Because the matching is ideally going to use, because PipeWire, okay, there's actually multiple things that are going to change here. I'm going to change OBS, but I'm also going to change spout to PW to change how it does the PipeWire IDs. Because I need to improve how stream names are mapped into PipeWire. I need to think about this. The good news is that since spout to PW is almost the only user of any of this, you know, I don't really need compatibility with anyone else. I get to set the rules myself for how to do this properly. So, Alright, I think what we're gonna do is probably just have a delimited string. The only issue is that, you know, we need to pick a delimiter that's not gonna be used by PipeWire. And I don't know if PipeWire has any restrictions on the names. I don't think it does. I mean, I guess if you have funny names and funny characters in the name, that's a bad idea. But it's always a little bit questionable, you know, when you pick a random delimiter. Because alternatively, I could use like JSON or something like that, but I'm not sure if that's really what I want to do here. Or even like CSV, you know. What's the easiest way to do this though? Because I don't know if there's even any like serialization stuff I can easily do in OBS. I don't know if there's a better way of doing this. Let's see. I pretty much just have string, int, that kind of thing. We do have some JSON stuff. Oh, OBS data create from JSON. What is that? If there's a good OBS API for JSON, I wouldn't mind using JSON. Okay, so there's some C++ there. What's OBS data create from JSON? Is that specifically for data settings? Oh, okay. So you can create from JSON. You can get JSON. And you can set strings names and stuff like that. Okay, that's not bad. I might be able to just use this. It's a little overkill, but like I would rather use this than manual text parsing, you know? Essentially, what I really want is just a tuple that can serialize into text, but that's probably not a thing we have. There's a utility thing. What's in there for utility? Dynamic strings and string helpers, config files, set get functions. Okay, so that's for config, but we don't want a full config. Arrays, no. Dynamic string structure, that's just for generating strings. Serializer, what does this do? Seems a little overkill. Yeah, this is for like binary. Array output serializer. No. Text lookup. No. I think I can use the... the data settings API. It's a little bit... I don't know... I don't know if this is what it's intended for, but I think it will work. And it's... I would rather do this than try to, like, parse strings manually, because that's always a terrible thing in C. So let's do that. So first of all, we need a bit of... So as what we have here in the PipeWire.c is all the PipeWire like backend stuff, and we're gonna have to add a bunch of code here to enumerate sources and to be able to select them. So because underlying PipeWire stuff just uses a node ID, but then the plugin main is gonna have to have the interface for like choosing what stream to use. So here we have connect stream, which is actually what creates the stream on the PipeWire side, and then this takes a PipeWire node, which is where you connect. And we are not using that right now. This is used for the other plugins. So effectively what we want to have is... let me check what the plugin does. What the plugin does is it does a PipeWire connect, and then it does a connect stream. I think what I really want to do is just rename this to create stream, and then have a separate connect stream function, because the name is really confusing here. I'm gonna call it create stream. And then so then this does a connection to a PipeWire node, which can be invalid if actually, can you call PW string connect more than once? There's a target object thing you can send in the property. Okay, so object serial or node name specifying nodes by their ID is deprecated. Okay, so this actually makes sense because that means we can actually use the existing API with ID any and just change that. What I don't know is whether this will update if we update the flag. So I'm gonna do a quick look over the PipeWire API. We have this target object stuff in stream.c. Oh, and there's even like an environment variable. That's cute. I had no idea you could override all this. So this should actually work with PW2PW. I had no idea. I had no idea, and I'm actually just gonna try this now in my live stream because... So right now in my stream machine, I'm using QPW graph and to do the connection, and that's what I've been telling everyone to do. I didn't even know that there was some environment variables that could do magic stuff. So target object looks presumably for the node name. Is that Wire Plumber that is doing that? Huh. You have Wire Plumber? Yeah. Oh, but you get the object serial. It's no target or object serial. Hold on. No, that's not what it does here. Target object. It's an object serial. That is literally just a number. Okay. So that's a little bit annoying then, because you have to actually know the serial. There's a node name also, but that is not going to match against that. So I know you can use WirePlumber to manually configure these things, but oh, okay. If it's a number, oh, okay. So it supports a number. If it's not a number, then it's actually looking for node name or object path. Ah. So it does match against node names. Okay, that's cute. So on my stream machine, use PW-Video. I actually have a node name for PW-Video. That's this GUID thing, which is great because it actually remembers. So in theory, and I'm going to disappear now for a sec. If I set target.object to this string, I'm going to close VTube Studio now. And I'm going to close QPW graph so it doesn't auto-connect. And if I go to my VTube Studio thing, which is where? Here. And I set PipeWire underscore, what was the name of the thing? Node equals my big GUID, and I said PipeWire autoconnect equals true. What's A to B? Let's make sure you know the. I know what this. Okay, it supports true or 1. Okay. So if I set PipeWire node equals my GUID and PipeWire autoconnect equals true and open up VTube Studio. It did work! Hello? VTube Studio, connect. Please connect to tracking. Hello? Connect. Oh, connect. Hi, there you go. So that's what turns out you don't need QPW graph. That's pretty funny. I had no idea this was built into PipeWire. I could add that to the guide. That's kind of cute. Okay. So today I learned. So apparently all you have to do is set the target object key, which is great because they now need to add more API to this actually. So I'm gonna just undo this. Actually, a better question is if you change the target object, will it change at runtime? And we can find out in WirePlumber, I guess. Find define target. Prepare link, select target. So is there a way to force a reconnections? Allow moving streams, interesting. I'm guessing it works though. I don't see why it wouldn't. It's looking for select target, and there's probably a thing there that creates that. Rescan, linking rescan. Session item added, linkable, handle linkables. Auto connect, yeah. Linking rescan for linking. Rescan trigger. Does this add any I mean, I could just try it, you know. It would be really nice if PipeWire guarantees that node name is unique, because then I can just have multiple node names. Like for, like if there are multiple apps, it will always pick a correct one. But I don't know if node name is unique, like is required to be unique. Because it's like unique ID and all that. Node name says it's a unique name for the stream. I just want to know what happens if you have more than one, though. Though, honestly, what I'm going to do for Spout2PW is actually add an environment variable that can add like a prefix to the node name. So that if you run multiple instances, you can know which one's which. So because I don't think PipeWire enforces that. What happens if I just try a random client? PW, is there a PW PW mom? No. PW record. And I give it a I guess I can just record two of them. Video PW record temp wave. And I record. So the node name is PW record on this one. What happens if I just run another one then? Yeah, you just get the same one, so you just get yeah, you get the same duplicated node name. So it's not actually guaranteed to be unique. You would hope that it's unique, but it's not. So I do want to record the serial, at least in the UI. So that like at least you can, if you have two with the same name, you can literally actually select them. Obviously it's not going to remember though which one you selected, but at least it's, you know, it's really user unfriendly if you have two streams with the same name and you literally cannot select the second one. So I do need to target by ID after the initial selection. But the problem is that then if you kill the source and reconnect, it would not find it anymore because we're targeting by serial. How do I make sure this is user friendly? Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I think the practical way of doing this is, when we enumerate the sources, if the sources are, if it ever finds two sources with the same name, then it will it will change to only selecting those by serial, which means I don't need that node properties thing anymore. So it's gonna have some jank corner cases, but I can add a warning to the UI to tell the user that, hey, you have multiple sources with the same name. You should fix that. And at least you can select them in the moment, but you know, it's like it will not restore properly. So FYI, you should fix that. And that way I can skip the whole like you know, using a structure for the stored thing. So it will just store the unique ID or the name, and that should be fine. Yeah, let's do that. I think that's a good enough user experience. So then what we really need is a function to enumerate the PipeWire sources. Which means we need we do need to return at least like you know, key value thing for that to make any sense. Does OBS have at least a list that I can put like tuples in? Now this doesn't have to use a string, so it can just be anything. Utility, dynamic arrays, I think I can just use the array. So let's have a struct. Struct OBS-PWVideo source. Let's call it source stream, so it makes sense. Source ID even. And then we can have some values here. So what type is the object? Serial, 64-bit. Okay, yeah. Serial, and then for the strings, do I want to use? I think a car is probably fine. Is it possible to add like a destructor for the dynamic arrays? That would be nice. But I don't think we can do that. Destruct? No. Free. Nah, because I don't want to use C++. PipeWire does have some tools for this, but I'm not sure if I want to use too much of the PipeWire API in returning stuff here. I might just have to add a free function. Anyway, node name. Has a node name, friendly name, and you can have an is unique. Is node name unique, and that way, if it's not unique, we can check for that and have like a little warning pop up in the UI. And then also the plugin main side can use that to determine which one to select. So that'll just be an OBS PipeWire because it's not even a stream at that point. Oh, this should be stream actually. Up there. And then we need a function to like set the target. So that can be an OBS PipeWire stream set target. And that'll just take a target. And I guess if we set it to no, that'll be like no autoconnect. And that's nice because it means Wire Plumber handles the auto reconnection for us, so it'll make the code way simpler. I like this. I guess it probably should be a media class in here. I use like a generic media class, I think, for PW-Video, and we want to use something like that for... What am I setting this for? Under NAS, git, lib funnel, source, funnel. Yeah, it's like stream output video, right? Is what I use for that. Media type video. I'm actually curious. What was the I have a Lua thing here. There's like get input, get output stuff in Lua. Get target direction is important. It says item no direction output or input. Sync for sync. Okay, so it's just direction. Is that even... Where is that configured? Ah, it's in Stream Connect. Okay, direction output. So that'll set the direction. Okay. So here in PipeWire, how do we enumerate the nodes? That's gonna use the registry stuff. Okay, so we go get source list. We want a probably filter by media type. So we have video device, audio sync, audio source, stream input video. I'm not even sure that makes sense. I feel like I made that up, but I'm not sure if that's... Media role generic is important, but I'm not sure if that's really declared anywhere. So PipeWire, media class, is that... What are the options that are documented for that? What is used for this here? There's a stream %s, so that's actually a thing. Stream output and then media type. Otherwise get media class. Because I kind of want to know what is already being matched for something. I think the idea is that like audio source and syncs are the ones that are used for, you know, automatic stuff. Video source, like how does, for example, camera enumeration work, right? There's actually an OBS-PWVideo camera plugin, but it uses the portals. I don't know what the portal does. Media roll camera. Yeah, that sounds like about right. Movie, music, camera. Okay, so we have movie, music, camera, screen, communication, game, notification, DSP, production. Production. Interesting. Okay, now I really want to look at what the portal stuff is doing because XDG camera portal. We are gonna want to search for something similar to that. Where's this? Hub. Camera.c. Roll. Yes. Okay, so open remote media roles, camera, app ID. Global added callback, yes. So it's looking for video source and roll camera. That's what it looks for. Video source and camera. That's the only thing that uses it. So we want to use a media row. And media class is looking for video source. What I'm using here is stream output video. So I guess we can use... Oh, actually, I'm kind of wondering, can you connect a... If you have a Kwin thing, does it let you connect to an arbitrary... Yeah, good question. If I add a video... screen capture, and I... Hello? Is it broken? Denied or cancelled by user? What? Is it because I... Didn't I reboot this machine? Oh, I did not. Oh, I really need to do that. 1 second! I just realized I updated the system, did not reboot, and it's definitely very broken. Let me do that real quick. Make sure my files are saved. Please eat. Yeah, I should figure something out. I did have a decent breakfast, but maybe Cyan will get me something. I don't know. I didn't think about that. Oops. Oh, also, why am I not in the center? Oh, because I restarted V2 Studio and my control surface stuff is confuzzled. Should fix that. Now I'm where I'm supposed to be. Is this machine gonna reboot? It is rebooting. Excellent. I guess I might as well show you. No video. Is it broken? And is there? Okay, sorry. Mouse, where's my mouse? My mouse is right there. Did not remember the session, but that's fine. Okay, so hopefully this works now. Run that. Oh, did not like device list. Yeah, because I changed things. Oh, let's not run Ninja this one time. Just so I can actually start OBS. Okay, yeah, now we have that. So, oh, and this is new. This is a very nice update. You can share a region now or a virtual screen. Creates a screen inside a window, then... Oh! I'm gonna try that. What is that? Oh, it literally just creates like a... Because I don't see that screen, but... Oh, that's cute. There's like literally a virtual screen now. That deck doesn't exist, but it's only in OBS. Oh, that's really cute. I love KDE. It just does so much fun stuff. How do I delete it is another question. Like if I have a window there and I remove the screen capture source, does it just like pop back? Yes, it does. This is why I love KDE. It just does so much useful stuff. All right, so screen capture. And you can even search. Oh, this is so cute. See, eventually what we really want is for like PWV to just show up here. And, you know, someday things will be reliable enough for this all to work as intended. But that's not today. So if I just pick a random window, like say this one. What I don't know is whether... I know you cannot... I know you can't capture into a window capture... You can't send video into a window capture without modifying the permissions. What I don't know is whether you can steal the output of a window capture. Like, is it valid to capture from a window capture? If I disconnect that and connect it here... Oh, it works. It actually works. Okay, so that is actually kind of useful because it means you can... It means... Does it actually run? Yeah. So this is compatible with window capture. And it means that there is a use case for showing window captures in the source list. At least, you know, optionally. So with that in mind... If I look at Kwin... Kwin screencast... Oh, cool. The screen... See, this is nice, right? The media name is even... the media name is using the app name, which is excellent. However, the node name is definitely not unique. This is something I want to improve in Kwin. I want to send them some patches to do this better. But all that said, actually, you know what? Hold on. This matched against node name, or what was the other one? Node name or object path. There's no object path, okay. So yeah, it's gonna have to be node name. So this is not very useful for Wayland in particular, but at least it works. So the media class here, stream output video, which is the same thing I'm doing. So that I think we can keep because we generally want to be compatible with screencast. So if I go to lib funnel here and source funnel C, yeah, we want to keep that. Media type is video. I don't even have that here. And where was the generic thing I had? Didn't I have a generic thing? No? I thought I had a generic thing. Media type video. I just lost my media row is what we don't have. Okay. I thought I had that. Yeah, so we're gonna want to have we want to add a row, which means the... Did we have that in here? No. In the plugin? Ah, okay, so the PipeWire stuff is what had a generic row, yes. So we want to add that because... Do we want to call it generic, or we just want to call it There's movie, music, camera, screen, communication. Does Cayman have a screen in it? No, it doesn't have anything. Yeah, so stream output video is not a bad thing to match for, but it will also pick up like Kwin stuff. Especially it's going to confuse people if you have multiple screen captures because it says they're not unique. So I want to have LibFunnel add a media role, and I want to call this... What's a good role? Because this is for like anything you can send from an app, right? So it's not screen, because it's not literally a screen. It's a video stream. Communication is for like VoIP, right? It's not game. I mean, it could be a game, but that's too specific. Production is very... Is that documented anywhere? Professional audio processing and production. Okay. Oh, so these are documented. Okay. Possible values include movie, movie playback, music, music listening, camera, screen, communication, game, notification, DSP, professional audio processing and production. I think we are going... I think production, obviously, you know, this was written before considering that piping video for production is a thing, but production is really what we want. Because this is essentially a professional video production system. That's what OBS is. And what's kind of what SPW is used for in general is professional video production. So we're gonna call this production. And I can even like tell the PipeWire people. Which means we need that here and we need that in LibFunnel. Eventually there will be you know, overrides for this in LibFunnel, but for now this is what we're gonna do. And so what I'm going to do is filter on since we want to be able to catch we want to use stream output video. And there really should be a media type should be video, really. I don't know why that's not set for Kwin. We should filter on media type video, I guess. And because eventually I'm going to send PRs to Kwin to fix some of the brokenness in the screencast, and that might include adding some of these flags. Yeah, so media class, this is important. Okay, producer video like a webcam, consumer video like a display window, audio, not that, and then stream output audio, stream input audio. Yeah, so I think the idea is that video source and audio source and sync are essentially devices. They are to be shown in device lists, and streams are fundamentally for apps. However, since we are essentially no, but you might want to use video source because we do want it to be selectable for something. What does Wire Plumber do about this? At the end of the day, it's what does the code do? See, I'm being very careful about all this stuff before writing the code because I know this is gonna, you know, if I choose this wrong, it's gonna be really annoying to fix later. So, video source, is that a thing? No. See, that's not there. Media class. That's not even, oh, it's in build, sorry. Okay, so device is supposed to be a device stream. Yeah, so this is not really a device. It's intentionally a stream. So we don't want to call it a video source. I think okay, here's the test, the real test. If I just run a random Jack device, Jack app, right? And I search for that. How does that work? That's the client. The node has media. Yeah, okay. So category duplex, row DSP, and there's no media class. Aha. Okay. So for Jack stuff, it just literally doesn't have a media class. Because it doesn't know. So because these aren't virtual devices, they're just arbitrary streams. Oh, now I'm kind of curious, actually. Since I did set the stream type and auto-connect, is there like a Wire Plumber? Streams? Video devices, it shows, okay, this is, you're not seeing it, this is my stream device. Let me show you on my, I need my land mouse thing. Under BCTL status, we see we have an input stream that's connected to Cable Wayland because I added that. We have video devices. Somehow I have a video source that's the capture card. Okay, yeah. Because normally Wire Plumber will connect streams to devices, right? Like a playback stream goes to a playback device, but this is not really that's not really how it works here. So Alright, so the next question is, if I set auto-connect on and I give it a non-existent target, is it going to pick a random one or is it just going to give up? Because I wanted to not... Oh, that's the fallback thing. I need to turn off fallback then. That's... Don't fall back, right? So if target picked. And don't fall back. Sender can destroy the node if linger is not set. Okay, that's not what I want. So how does fallback work? Find define target and find filter target. Well, we can test that. If I go to get like funnel and go to the build here. So this is just creating a node. If I do the same thing I said, PipeWire auto connect true, PipeWire node equals non-existent. It doesn't actually do anything. So to show what I just tested there, if I this is my node ID, right? If I do this and quit wire on QPW graph, it will actually auto connect, which is great. If I give it a node that doesn't exist, it does stick. So it's not deleting it. Yeah, so now these are just disconnected. Let's see, if I inspect OBS-PW-Video, like 79, you get all that. And it doesn't show routes. I'm guessing maybe it's trying to connect to like a webcam or something like that. Would it try? No, but it's not trying to connect to these video devices. But then again, it's not compatible, so it wouldn't. Well, let's look at the logs. Nothing in the logs. Set log level 5. Okay, so now if I create that, what actually happened here is that's way too much log level. 4. Still too much, but okay. Output video mute test funnel test, and volume is funny because there's definitely no volume involved here. It's not audio. Look up, find media role sync target. Target not found, reconnect true. Find media role sync target. Let's find default target. What's a find default linkable? There's a get default node. Aha, okay. So it looks for media type. It's looking for media class. The target media class is media type / sync or okay, so video sync or video source. We do have a video source, so it should have at least tried to connect to that, but it didn't find it. Get default node. Maybe there is no default node for get default node is looking for the right media class, and then it's looking for like a default node name. There's a set default. Okay, status. So if I do set default and like the capture card, was it set default before? It was. It was set as default, so it shouldn't change. Because I want to make sure this never actually triggers as default. Oh, wait, no, because this is a source, not a sync. I'm dumb. Right, so the problem is the other way around. If OBS were to set up a auto-connect with the wrong target, then it would end up with a random trying to connect to the capture card. So let's try that, but it's probably going to break. So if we set auto-connect... it checks the auto-connect flag. If it's set, it only if, yeah, it sets it to true if it's not set. So yeah, I can just override that, but I don't want to do it globally. So I can literally just set this here. if I set auto connect and then set a node target, it's probably going to try to connect to the camera. And that's not what I want. But, okay, let's build that. Ninja. And it's complaining. Oh, no, V is deprecated? What? Huh? Failed to load. And it's not at that. No. What's ruined? Oh, use target object. Sorry, we want target.object. Okay, so why is it failing to load? OBS-PWVideo connect stream. Wait, what? Did I not rename that? Yeah, okay, let's just call this connect again. Okay, so now it did that. What did Wireplanner try to do? Aha, yes, it did try to connect to the capture card. That is definitely not what we want. It even tried to connect to Cayman Wayland. Oh, it actually connected to the Cayman? Oh no, that's screencast. I can throw that away. That was yeah. Yeah, so it did try to connect to that, and then what probably happened is it then failed to negotiate. Yeah. It tried to go to streaming, no more input formats. Yes, okay, so that's not what we want. So we definitely need to set fallback to false. And then the question is it going to try to destroy our node if we do that? And then we need to set linger. So this is all stuff that has to happen. No, that don't fall back. We need that. Oh, there's documentation on that. Sure. Don't fall back. So I think what's gonna happen is if we set don't fall back. Then it's gonna try to destroy our node when it doesn't find it, and that's gonna make OBS very unhappy. Define target not found. Error. Yes. And it probably deleted it? Yeah, it deleted the node outright. Definitely not what we want. So then, node linger, we need that. This makes sense. This is the logic I want. Okay, makes sense. So now, yes, it just is paused. Excellent. And now if we set a target object, it would connect to that. So now that means that we want to search for targets that way. Whew, okay. So one UX thing is that and this already happens with the V4L2 plugin. If the source does not exist, it will let me open up those things again. PipeWire V4L2. Input. So for the devices here, it does an add string, unique device name, and device array. And it just adds core device name, which is the actual device name, if it's not present. So what this is doing in V4L2 device list, this gets called when creating the properties, and that's it? No. So there's a UDEV thing, device added, device removed. That just calls terminate, update properties. Update properties. Oh, okay. So when you call update properties, it probably just calls this again and gets everything. Yeah, so I think what we want to do is just have the... This is a little ugly because it shows the device name when it's disconnected. I think what we want to do is catch the user-friendly name when we select a source, and then if it disappears, just like grayed up, it still show the user-friendly name. Yeah, that makes sense. So then we can just use that. And for the uniqueness thing, we will have to use IDs. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Apparently, Cyan was like completely hyper-focused and forgot about lunch. So I think she's gonna figure something out. But yeah, so we have a plan. We have mostly a plan. What we need first is to figure out how to get a list of sources. How do we do that? Well, it's gonna be the same thing the XGG portal did. So you can steal some of this code. Global added CB. Okay, so that's here. Okay, so we need the registry events to handle the list. And actually that actually is a little easier because it means we probably just want to handle the list manually. And I guess that will, yeah, that will get called for everything that's already there at connection time. So that makes sense. We just want to add a, basically we're going to have the PipeWire code manage that array for us. And so then that's good because we don't need to handle the cleanup on the other one. And that means that instead of having a filter here, we probably just want to set, set up. Why is this glitching? Something about the NAS. We probably just want to hello. Just manage it locally. Why did this die? Is my NAS broken? Interesting. Am I? Oh, did I crash? Yeah, I think my NAS has an issue and the V2 Studio is not happy about that. Huh. Oh, yeah. I think I fixed it. Am I back? Yeah, I'm back. Okay, good. There's a weird deadlock thing that happens sometimes. Okay, we're back. Okay, and now I think we're really back. Yeah, we're good. Okay, sorry about that. Is everyone there? Because like nobody's chatting. Okay. So what we want to do is in PipeWire.c, we have the we want to use this registry stuff, right? Global remove, global event global. Global added CB. Registry events. So we do have a registry listener here. What is that used for? We do in fact have that. Do we call that? We call it null. I kind of want to... Do I want to bring this in the PipeWire backend? I don't have to. I'm using SPA stuff in here anyway. But... I guess I can keep the API. Is this used for the Linux stuff anywhere? The camera portal uses it? Ah, it does. To find cameras. But... Actually, how does that even work? If I just run... I've never actually used PipeWire camera. Video capture device PipeWire. Oh, you actually get a drop down. Okay. Oh, that died. Well, that's great. I guess it's a little glitchy. So you do actually get the... right, because the camera portal works by just, I think, getting permission once. And then... I don't know what Cyan is doing, but she's cooking something because something smells really nice. Camera finish. Response received. Okay. So you actually get all the camera nodes. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's actually going to be the same logic as this camera stuff, which means I can steal some of this code. Da-da-da-da. So then I don't need to add this anywhere in here. I can just steal this into here. In plugin main, new capture. This is straight PipeWire source ID. And so then I steal these registry global stuff. Registry events, and we give that to connect. And we pass the, oh, that's capture, so capture. And so then we want to keep the source list in here. So move this to the top. The array, struct PipeWire source ID, sources. Actually, how does the camera thing do it? The camera thing uses Linux PipeWire, camera, portal. It uses a hash table on device ID, which is the node name. But you actually need to be able to look them up by serial also. Though that's a less likely case. And I don't want to use the ghash table stuff anyway. So yeah, I think we're just gonna use the array. And because we are modifying the array, I need to make sure Okay. So I think we can do that. So on registry global callback, the type is not a node, ignore registry. Okay, so what we want is first connection. Why is that not even a thing? Not a camera device. We want a struct PipeWire source event. Is that like a global in here? Oh wow, it's a global, okay. But that's for the portal, we don't care about that. What we have is the user data, and that is the PipeWire video capture. Capture. User data. So then we capture OBS-PW. Get the registry and what we get from the global callback is a property dictionary, and isn't this the same thing as PW keynote name? Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. No idea why that's two things. If the node doesn't have a name, we're just gonna ignore it. So we copy the name. We need a name. We need a friendly name, which you know, could be multiple things. So how do we get the friendly name? The friendly name is and we want to use the registry here and possibly pick up the media name. So for the friendly name, what I was doing in funnel, and this all gets kind of complicated. We generally use the stream name, which becomes the node name, and hold on. Actually, I'm just gonna look at my stream machine. Yeah, so the node name ends up being just the right now it ends up being just the process ID, which is terrible. That needs to be fixed. And but the important part is that in general, you want these things to be immutable. And there's a, I keep forgetting, there is a list of tags somewhere. I think it's this one. Yeah, these are the ones that get copied into the registry. And so these are the ones that are supposed to be immutable. And we had the media, class, type, category, row. The media description was somewhere. Media name is the one that currently gets set to the spout name. And that's done in the PipeWire stream stuff. So there's app name, no description, no name. No description really is what we would want. Otherwise, no nick. Otherwise, no name. And because media name is not in the registry. Friendly name. Okay, so we try to get the node description. Yeah, so that makes sense for user devices, so it's gonna be what we want. Otherwise, node nick. Otherwise, node name. Yeah, that'll make sense. And media name is usually the like, yeah, those things, right? So the problem with media name is that it's not fixed. And you're gonna have to change libfunnel to work with that. So friendly name, let's go with no description. If no friendly name. Otherwise, we go with the node nick. Otherwise, we go with the node name. Actually, just you can just use node name there. Friendly name is friendly name. Oh, what did you make? It smells really good. I was smelling it from here. Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. Let's put it on there. No, I'm still streaming. I didn't mute. They're hearing this. They're hearing it.
Eh?
Why
そうです。
are you wearing earphones?
そうかもね。
Sandwich, yes. Which rice?
Like the cheese rice. Or like.
Oh yeah, the gratin, right? Wait, is it rice or is it? I thought it was pasta.
I don't know.
I think it's pasta.
I don't know.
I can have that. Yeah, that's from yesterday.
You're gonna have it.
Okay. Okay.
Mm.
Arigato.
It's super hot.
It's okay. I ate something.
Ate something?
I'm gonna eat. I haven't really written almost any code so far. I spend most of the time until now planning. You know, programming is mostly planning, and then once you know what you're gonna do, you write the code.
Yeah, direction.
It's hot.
I know, I told you. Is it hot in a spicy way?
No, it's a temperature.
I mean, spicy.
It's good. Like,
And then
Right
try to
now.
dilute it.
uh-huh.
I put the malatang. It's super hot. Sausage roll.
I think I need maybe a little time to cool down a little bit. Arigato. OBS-PW-Video. Adding like a selector so you can choose the spout source, you know, like the Windows one. Why? Okay, it really is a Taiwanese. Is this like packaged or do you have it from frozen? Oh! I like it. Do we? Huh? You gonna share? Okay. Probably not all of it. Okay. Up to you.
it hot?
The problem with these glass noodles is that they slip off of the chopsticks. Like I can't hold them.
Because they're overcooked.
They're overcooked?
When it's not overcooked, it doesn't sit. It's just
Ah.
the instant one.
Mm.
You make it so long. Probably.
Mm.
You're sleeping.
Say hi to the chat.
Hi, Chad. Chad is not saying hi to me. 誰ですか？あ、私はりんなちゃんのお母さんです。
お母さんじゃないよ。
よろしくお願いします。
お母さんじゃないよ。
私料理は上手で。りんなちゃんのこと大好きだよ。まあ、just like to not 優しい ways for お母さんね。
まあね。かわいい。
あらあら。みんなちゃん think about water? 大丈夫 where are your viewers? why is to this concurrent? A bit
I
sad.
don't know.
What happened?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. I know who's watching.
But there are people watching. They just need to go find a girlfriend and double the number, or maybe even Polly.
What?
Polly viewers. I still like your thumbnail. Taiwanese sausage. Musky. I'm gonna eat mine, okay?
Okay.
Spoon. Do you need water? Ma, たくさんある。Don't forget to eat at night, okay?
I think I'm gonna keep working a little soon and then maybe go back into those ones.
Yeah.
My Yeah, I want a little more of this amazing sausage.
Oh, you want more?
Hmm. Ah, so registration does not use the object serial, but I hope that is in the global somehow, because otherwise it would be kind of sad. Yeah, it is. Okay, it does get set to the object serial. Key object serial. So that should always exist. Actually, the question is, when was that added? Because I don't want to. Don't reuse IDs. Interesting. Nah, it looks like we always have the serial. It's been there for a while. There was a revert to then. So, if we don't have a serial, just return. That's source serial equals equals that. Do we even need the registry for anything? Registry bind device. Do we even need to bind anything? I'm not even sure if we need to bind anything. I don't think we need to actually bind the proxy for anything because we rely on Wire Plumber to set everything up. So what does this use the proxy for? It sets params. Oh, to change the camera parameters. That's what it uses that for. Yeah, we don't need any of that. So yeah, to get like parameters and stuff like that. Yeah, we don't need that. We could use that for hypothetically like looking up formats and stuff, but I don't think we really care. Yeah, okay. So we don't need that. Which means we don't need the registry. Had a bit of food that Cyan made for me, and I'm trying to get this code going. I spent most of the stream so far, which is how long? It's been 2 hours and a half. Most of that was just planning, and now I'm actually coding. So here's where I need to filter by the media stuff. So what we want to filter by is stream output video, media roll, production, probably. Media class, media roll, and media type. Oh, that's not even used? Oh, media type is not used for anything. Interesting. Does... I think it is used, though. Or not? Hold on. Apparently I'm the only one who uses that. I know this is documented somewhere, though. Media type, yeah. What the portal is doing, the portal is looking for like cameras and stuff. Media roll camera, yeah, which implies video, but production does not imply video, so we definitely need a media type video. We're gonna declare that as a requirement. And we want to say this is going to be a stream, because we don't want to use this source right now for capture devices like cameras. That's kind of a separate thing. You know, this could connect to those, but we don't support the right formats for cameras, so that would be kind of redundant. So we're gonna keep this to application stuff, at least for now. So let's actually filter by media type video. Are these also I need to like write this list down somewhere. Yeah, okay, so we have all these class type category role, okay. This is a very important list because it's the immutable registry property list. So I want to look for I'm just gonna paste this here actually. Media type, class, and role are all part of that. So we're gonna look for production then, or what I had here before that was nothing. So just for backwards compat, I'm going to check for either nothing or production, and because I don't think screen capture was doing any of that. Yeah, that only has media class. So we're gonna check for media class and media type. Okay. Media type equals media type, class, and role. Class, media class. Okay, good. So in terms of backwards compatibility, what this is going to do is if you use it for the node version of Sprout2PW, you're going to get the Wine64 preloader name, which is not very descriptive, but it will work. And once you update libfunnel, which I'm going to modify later, and the Sprout2PW stuff, then you will get a proper nice name. I'm actually going to take another detour because right now screencasting on OBS is kind of horrible and a pain in the ass because of the portal restore stuff. If there is some way to, I think there's an API for Kwin to start streaming without requiring portals, like a private API. I don't know if it's because it's what is used for stuff like this, right? Like the taskbar thumbnails. And I don't know what triggers these things. What just happened? Oh, that's weird. Is my NAS again? No. Oh, I was trying to print. Okay. Screencast stream, screencast manager. Okay. Aha, okay, there's a screencast Wayland protocol that I think is the magic. I think pragmatically, this should be a separate OBS source that I could add as a sort of, you know, useful thing for people, and I could just share most of the code with this one. But but there's no way to set the PipeWire parameters here to anything useful. What this ends up doing is, what this ends up doing is, what this ends up doing is, it sets the media name to the, because that's what ends up coming from the PipeWire stuff. But media name is not a property that goes in the registry. So, I would want to send some patches to KDE to fix this, which I will, because there's multiple things to fix in KDE regarding the screencast streams. So this is not going to be immediately useful, but someday it might be. So I think we're going to leave that as a sort of future support, because honestly, KDE could even just support this API, right? I could have a feature in KDE so that it just sets media role production. And then we could have like a feature in KDE where you can use like window rules to be like, any window that shows up with these parameters automatically create a screencast stream, and then have OBS capture it, and then it would be like a production, like a professional production feature in KDE, right? So I think then I'm just gonna leave this as is, keep this requirement here, and we can experiment with having a way for KDE to create screencasts like this in the future. So media type video, media class, stream output video, and media role. So if media role and media role production. I actually kind of wonder what Mutter does, just to make sure that GNOME is not going to be weird about this. Read-only mirrors. I'm going to search for PipeWire, stream new, screencast source. Okay, so here's all the sources. it just gives it a not even unique name and absolutely no interesting properties. So yeah, also not gonna have any of that. Should be the same as kitty actually. So, yeah, all these. Can actually put these all into one if. And this should be a warning because these should never happen. Okay. And then we get a friendly name, node name, friendly name, found new source, %d node name, friendly name, source.serial. And what's the PR? I forgot how this works always. PRI x64, I guess. Yeah. Data argument not used by format string. Huh? Oh, because that's 8%. Okay, cool. And so then we add it to the list. So if we so we have to iterate through all the sources. So there's the DRA, here dot array, macros, size and reserve the size, copy, move, find. How do you index these things?
Hey.
Huh?
You want my sausage?
You ate more? Oh my god, but I didn't finish this yet.
You can just have the sausage.
Oh, okay, I'll see the sausage.
I only had one.
Oh, you don't want more?
I'm full.
Okay. I'm actually kind of full, but I will eat more later. I gotta
Okay.
eat in parts. Nether says hi!
Hi, Nasir! Love you!
Okay. Okay, so you get it like that. So I think what we can do is we can just say source.unique node name unique. I'll just call it unique because it's a little shorter. True. And and then we just go through the sources here. PipeWire source P equals is there no macro for just like indexing these things? There's DA find, but that's like looking for an actual thing. Oh, there's DRA item. That's what I want. Is that not a thing? Ah, that's missing from the docs. How is that defined even? The OBS internal DRA. Oh, it's used for a lot of stuff. You can do a pushback new. But we already have a copy anyway. Insert new. So the DRA is for the type self-define, and then so you use this array has the right type. Sure. Yeah, so I guess we just index on that. I just use an index. An index is easy. Here less than capture dot sources dot array. Or like that. Is that what I want? No, union struct type array. No, should just be a dot. I plus plus. Sorry, not the array. Dot num. And sign long, I guess. Size T, sure. Why is that unhappy? Is that a pointer? Shouldn't be a pointer. Yeah, it should be like that. Okay. Sources, num. And then the friendly name can be duplicated, and then, you know, good luck with that. But like, that's fine. The friendly name can be duplicated, and then, you know, that's unfortunate, but will not break it. But if the node name is duplicated, then that's a problem. Struct. Okay, I don't know why this happens. Like, it like duplicates letters. I think it's like a everything. Struct PipeWire source. Grab that. Comp source dot node name. Then we have to set the source name to not unique. Source unique false. So I want to change the original source as unique. That means that if that only the first source on the list will be addressable by name. And since we are always going to search the list from the top to bottom, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But like if you have a duplicate and then one of them goes away, do we want the previous one to still be considered not unique? Till the source is reloaded. That's a little strange for the user. So I guess you have to run a fix-up pass when it gets released. So effectively what would happen if we do it this way is that any sources you have that were configured while there were multiple sources will be not restorable. However, if you have configured a source with a node name while it was unique, and then you add another source and it's not unique anymore, the one that was configured is still bound to that node name. The most confusing thing would be if you have multiple sources and select them and then delete some, then of course it's not going to restore. Basically, you would have to reselect the source to fix a uniqueness problem. I don't think that's a major deal. I could also fix it up so that if the source becomes unique, then the OBS selection also the OBS section also becomes yeah, I think we can make it work reasonably well. Okay. And I think I can also add a thing here where if a source is disconnected, I can have a bool here that is bool dead. And then I can keep a oh, but I can't keep a pointer inside the DRA because it's gonna be resized. That's a little bit. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I think I can handle that. And then essentially, instead of keeping a pointer, just keep it in the list, and that's it. So, yeah, I think that's okay. So if it has the same node name, what I can do is if source dead, if the source is unique and it has the same node name, then I think at this point I could kind of push back. Just do a piece source in there. If it's not unique and source serial equals serial, why is that complaining? PipeWire source ID. Oh, it's not PipeWire source ID. It's PipeWire source. Let's call it source came back. And does the DA push back? Okay. And then we just store it there. And I think that's pretty much it. And then we just need the remove callback with the same story. Oh, but we need to free the existing code there. Crappy source. Also the be free stuff. I keep forgetting if that's supposed to be used with everything or there's a malloc, be memmed up. Oh, there's a beat startup. Okay, so I guess you want to use those. Source friendly name, source node name. Actually, I don't even think the P source, because if it's not unique and it's coming back, it's gonna still be the same anyway. So, source, copy it, and then break. Actually, even just return. And then we can just say DA push instead of push back. Sorry, not DA push back new, just DA push back. And the only issue is this callback stuff is gonna get called in the PipeWire thread, so we definitely need a oh, we need to call the update properties in here. How is this threaded? Because we're gonna have some threading issues here. How does the threading work with update properties? I don't see any threading stuff. Okay. It does do signal. Okay, so it does use a signal. So this should be thread safe. I think. Yeah, there is a mutex involved. And it calls the callback on the mutex. Oh, but get signal locked. Okay, let me just see how this works. May or may not do that. Event, atomic, no. Callbacks. I don't know if that's thread safe or not. Well, Because that does accumulate the object invoke method, but is that okay, so this is multi-threaded. Yeah, so that does make sense. This one should be safe then. Okay, so I'm guessing that's okay. And on registry global remove callback, essentially did the other lookup. So we want to at least just check the node name. Don't really need to check the filters on this one. We do want the serial though. Oh, but we don't have the ID on this one. Okay, that's mildly annoying. I guess we need to store the ID then. To reference it when removing. So just say the ID equals ID, unique, true. And then we can just search through the array. So then that means I definitely need to lock the thread here, though, when I'm messing with the sources. I guess I can use the PipeWire thread lock for this one. Just make sure it's always accessed with that. And probably just use a regular mutex on this one. Yeah, that's not in the PipeWire record. I could use a thread loop, or I could just use my own lock. I guess I'll just use my own lock. Just need a pthread.h in here. Then on remove, we also have to do the lock. If the ID is the ID, then if it's the currently selected one, I guess I could have an index for that. No, because the index is gonna change. I need a. Can I just get the property? No, because it's a different thread. I guess I just have a bool current. And that would be a DA remove or something like that. DA. Erase? Yeah. And update properties. And then I also need to do the unique thing here, right? So, and then I can also correct the uniqueness issue here. So, actually, I can just do it like this. First, have the source in here. So first, find it. Break. And let's put it in here. So if it's the current work is dead, otherwise, do that. And then, if it's not unique, then we want to correct the uniqueness flag for all the existing sources, I guess. So, If it's not unique, we go through all the sources. P. If the source if the node name if source does not equal P and the node name is the same as the node name, then dup source equals P. If we don't have a duplicate source yet, then we set it. Otherwise, set it to null. And break. Okay, so now we have the source list that should be consistent. So now we want to actually put them on the list. So we have the device list, and this is actually called the source list. And then what we want to do is plug in and look at the big camera portal. Yeah, that should work at least. Look for that. Copy distributed cameras list. I don't need to clear it because we're creating it anyway. So, oh, you do want to set modified callback on that one. So we want to lock the mutex on this one. Unlock data, and we are going to use data here. Source list, and we have to iterate. So this is the ID, and this, so the ID would be the array. Source, node name is the identifier, and this is the source friendly name. However, the problem here is that if a source becomes duplicate, we need to parse that out. So how does modified callback 2 work? That's a better question. So that gets a private pointer. And then it does an OBS data get string, settings, device ID, source. Okay. Right, so this is using OBS settings. Like the data is the setting. So that maybe there's a better way of doing the ID thing. Instead of ever setting it, maybe you could just remember what the ID, what the serial number we are selected is. But for that to work, we need to be able to receive the serial number somewhere here. And that's only returning props, property, and settings. It doesn't tell you. It doesn't give you any more info. Because really what I want is to never store the serial numbers in the OBS data. I rather would just want the just want the serial to be stored internally. But for that, I need to know which one. If there's duplicates in the list, I need to know which one's which. And I don't know what the best way to do that is. So I could try to synchronize the property list, but we don't even get the index of that. We just get the data. Is there anything about the property list? Property T. I think I'm just gonna have to like open code all the code to make this reliable. So essentially, this get properties callback is the one place where we can mess around with the currently set source. Um, so I think the way we want to do that is, first of all, let's do the logic here. If it's unique, just add the friendly name and node name. Else, there's a beastir thing we can use. I think. Yeah, beastirred up. I want to do like a printf thing. Is it AS printf? Yeah, I think so. And that's just free, not be free. Label. So we add a label and then relabel. And in this case, instead of the source name, we use char serial. Serial just gets the x64. And so then for fixing the current source, essentially what I can do just is look for selection here. If it's selected, then change that. If it's current, actually, when does the modify callback get called? Does it get called on the after the device is selected? I guess it would be. Oh, this actually uses JSON for the format, so some people do use JSON for the settings. Okay. But get property doesn't have the settings. However, I think there is a place where that gets called. Complete cameras list. This comes from device ID. Okay. I guess the source update API might be more useful, but what is that called? Sources. Functions used by sources, update properties is to update the UI. But even when we're not updating the properties, we also want to because that may not call get properties actually, so that does not make sense. We should not do that. What we want to do is source functions. Call source update. I guess instead of current, I can use cursors. But then when it moves, it's a little weird. Yeah, so it's just a pointer actually. And the only issue is that this erase here on remove is gonna invalidate that pointer. And the pushback could also break the pointer. So if you have a current source, update it when we possibly add, and then on remove, I guess do the same story here, her index. And I just don't know if this is going to possibly break the current source thing. I'm guessing it won't though. Erase just does a mem move. Yeah, it doesn't like reallocate or anything. So that's probably fine. If the current source is greater than the pointer, which is source. This is why I hate doing pointers by hand. Don't need current, so we can keep a pointer on there that is up to date and not completely broken. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should just keep an index. It's a little less scary. Yeah, that's a little bit less scary. So then we don't need this code anymore. And then the other part, if capture current source equals the index, then current source equals, actually just be SIC on that one. And then if we have a current source, it's greater than or equal to 0, and the current source is greater than index, then just subtract 1. Yeah, that's a little bit less scary. And so then in the get properties callback, we do all this stuff, and we also need to do the disable if it's dead. Oh, you get an index out of this. Okay. Hmm. Source selected. Capture. And then in capture, okay, so on source selected, so it's source node name. Actually, this source is fine. Let's give you an ID. So it's source %s. So I need like a find source thing here. Static. Find source. Being capture. Okay. So what I do is struct. If essentially do another loop through here and the source name. And so if I need to check for whether this is actually an integer. Is there like an is integer kind of thing? I can use A to I and stuff, but it just does initial str to UL. Yeah, I guess I can just use that. You know, I think I was gonna put a hash sign in the beginning because I don't think anyone's gonna call their source IDs like hash and then ID. And then it's a little bit easier. So if so if we don't have a name or it's null, return -1. If it starts with a hash, then like that. And I need the mutex lock on here. And source name. And unlock. Go to unlock. Okay. Do you get paid for this work? No, but you can donate if you like it. You can support me on the links on the top right. Actually, I think this parentheses stuff here should probably just use the node name instead of the node ID instead of the serial, because the node ID is a bit more it's a bit more user friendly and than the node name, and it's used in more places. Okay, so then what we want to do is first clean up if the current source is dead. Are you okay? Made a big noise. Source. If well, first of all, if the index equals capture current source, then just return because there's nothing to do. So you can actually just skip that. So this means there was a change. If we have a current source that is greater than 0, then if you have a previous source, capture current source. It's dead. We're just gonna remove it at this point because we are unsetting it. Yeah, erase. And actually, then the index might change. If the property pages need to refresh to change the property layout, I don't think we need to update those. Unless the source might have changed, I guess, but not the layout though. It's just the list. But I guess if the list changes, it would. So in that case, yeah, let's do that. Refresh equals true. And then we need to actually call the PipeWire setup here. So we need a thing to set target. Yes, set target. And basically call that. And in this case, the target needs to be the number without the hash in front, which should essentially be the source name. actually, let's just do an update source thing here. So if I do update PipeWire target on capture, and I just do it like that. So and that way it's a bit safer. So we do and we can actually just unlock there. It's probably not a recursive lock, so I guess we can just call that with the lock held. I guess I'll just do this. And that way we don't need the unlock here. So we can call this and just have the lock again. If we don't have always view a screen, return. Otherwise, lock the sources lock. Get the current source. Capture current source is less than 0. Then we actually just want to do null, so it does not target anything, because we want to add, I forgot that, we want to add a nothing, the disconnected option here. So we will do that. Okay, so if there's no source, it'll be -1. If then we refind it, assert that it's greater than 0. No, so -1 is considered no source. Need to check for current source. Yeah, that is checked like that. Set no target. Return. And And then we are going to acquire the log, find the source, current source, and then if it's unique, set target with the node name. Else, and this is going to be a serial number. How many characters for a 64-bit? That many. 20. Okay, so yeah, let's just say 32. Serial, sorry. Serial. Buff. And that should be it. Alright, cool. And so now, we can call update target here, which is called, and the last step would be essentially calling source selected when the source becomes not unique. So I'm not trying to do that because when we on these callbacks, essentially I'd have to update this PipeWire source, but these callbacks are running in the thread. But I think that the thread source is reentrant, so actually it should be fine. So essentially, if the current source changes uniqueness, then I need to re-update the PipeWire source name, which is update PipeWire target. And then I would want to not actually lock the sources on this one. So then I'm just gonna move that up, move that lower actually. So I'm gonna move this up to before the callbacks. And then, update PipeWire target. Let's call the sources locale. So then, I would like to essentially. Well, actually, it doesn't really have to. This is just a target. If the target, if it ceases to, if it's not unique, it's still going to already be connected, so it doesn't really matter, actually. So we don't need to actually call the PipeWire target when the uniqueness changes, because anything that's connected is already connected. And if it's disconnected, it, by definition, can't have a clash. So, actually, it should be fine, because if you create two connections and then when the second one is not unique, it will use that. Oh, we do need to call it when it becomes unique. You don't have to call it when it becomes ununique. But when it becomes unique, you want it to reconnect properly the next time. Do you want to do that? No, because then it will, like, immediately connect. Yeah, it gets a little weird. If you have two sources that are not unique and you delete one, like, what if you have two sources that are not unique and then if one gets... Okay, I think what we actually want to do is that if a source that's not unique goes away, we just disconnect the PipeWire stuff and revert to disconnected. Because reconnecting with a non-unique source is never gonna work. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I hate all the really subtle stuff like this. So, if it's unique and it... Oh, it's so confusing. Is there a way to force the source to update? Yeah, there's an open source update. Can you call that? Yeah, you can. Okay. Yeah, so if it's the current, each update we call OBS source update, and that needs to do whatever management of the value is necessary, and yeah, and we wouldn't want to duplicate one to like mess with an existing selector, because otherwise if you start the app twice by accident and then close one, it'll like mess up your OBS settings for the scene, which is a bad idea. We wouldn't want to force a overwrite until you touch the combo box. Yeah, okay. So you would want to do it the other way around. If a source is not unique and it becomes unique, would you want it to... No, actually, you wouldn't want either of those. Make the user like reselected by hand. So then in that case, when you remove a source, it doesn't actually matter. It doesn't do anything. Okay. Just update properties in that case. Yeah, so only when we, in that case, only when the source is reselected do we update the target. And then it will consider whether it's unique or not and do all the right things. I think this actually makes more sense. So then we don't need to do anything on the regular update thing. The only important part is that when a source is dead, it will be removed, which is the case here. Yeah, I think that works. And then I just need to implement the set target part over here and the initialization. So for set name, set target. Essentially gonna be the same story as this. Signal to set target. Target, so it's a null for now. How does the parent stuff work? This is properties and stream new stream properties. Yeah, so we can just take that. We can set it in connect info actually, the target. Stream target. Set target. View properties new. Set name properties. Set target properties. Target. And then that does the same thing as this one. So set target properties, set target properties, target. So if we have a valid target, then what we had here, the target thing, you do all these things. Auto connect true, target object, whatever. Otherwise, auto connect true, target object, target, and we want these things too. I guess we can just put these there. And what is this update properties? Is there a way to like delete properties with stream update properties? I'm not sure about that. What's the Kate theme? I think this is just Breeze Dark or something like that. Yeah. Stream Trinity. And there's ID any and ID invalid actually, so we should ID any is FFF ID invalid is the same thing actually, so and then the trick thing is that when this is as an ID, when you pass an ID, we don't want to do the target properties thing, because in that case we are you want to do that. So when using the when this is using the portals, it gets an ID, which behind the scenes does the right targeting, and so we don't call set target properties. Stream target, stirred up, otherwise no. And update properties doesn't... I don't know if there's a way to delete properties. There might be though. PW properties update. Null values are removed. Okay, so we want to use null for that. No target object. And we can just leave those there because they won't actually bother anyone if there's no target. Okay, let's see how broken this is. Ninja, it actually compiles, amazingly enough. PipeWire-Video. No autoconnect, fun authentificate. Cool. That's looking nice. That's not working. But that's a good start. It did set autoconnect, and it did set target object, but it didn't actually trigger the auto connection. So that means that if I close this, how about if it's not? Oh, I think I just crashed it. Source ID not found. It got very, very, very unhappy about that. Let it download. So possibly if we don't, even if we update the targets, PipeWire is not going to reconnect. That's mildly annoying. It might be that I just want to set autoconnect true all the time, and then just not give it a target object. Or give it a nothing target object. I don't know if it'll actually reconnect when I do that, though. Okay, so now it really did not like that. Segfault, because previous source does not exist anymore. Oh, because first of all, we're not restoring things at all on startup. We need to do that. Current, oh yeah, because current source is 0. Where's the new? I did not do the initialization. The initialization is in here. Video load, no. Capture, create. Current source is -1. And then I want to get the data. So how can I get data in create source? we can pull up the device ID. Source equals OBS data get string. We have a source name. Otherwise, I should probably start calling this target instead of source because otherwise it gets very confusing. Target, 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 target. So in targets, target. Target name. ID not found. Name's not unique. New target. No name ignoring. Okay, good. New target. Okay, and then on initialization, and then we just create the target, push back. Okay. Target, pushback mu, TGT, TGT. Why does it keep doing that double clicking? Friendly name equals be stirred up. Target. Node name. Be stirred up target. And none of the others. Yeah, that should be fine. And we can just set dead equals true. Because it is dead. And then we say target equals 0. This is the only one. Otherwise, equals -1. And and I need to initialize the DA. So capture targets. And we need to do a free at the end there. Target. Oh, and then this needs to actually do the free target. Let's try that again. Okay, so now we have no auto connect and there's nothing saved. If I start the PW video stuff. Now it shows up here. But it does not reconnect. Okay. What if I close it? Does not update. And it died there. Interesting. Okay. So I probably want to have something for when it's disabled. If it's dead, no, I just set it to prop index. So I think I have a deadlock here on 402. Yeah, on this lock source selected. I probably have a path somewhere where I forget to unlock. Here's one that, yeah, okay. There's a forgotten unlock. No ID 243 not found. Why? Oh, because it doesn't exist. That's fine. Yeah. Let's ignore that. Cool. Okay. Try that again. Normal mode. Okay, so now there's nothing. And if I run final test, shows up. Does not auto connect, but at least it lets me change. If I close it, then it goes to, yeah, it disappears. And if I run it again, and I close it while it's in there, oh, it drops to no auto connect. Okay, I don't want that. It should be doing the dead story. So why is it not doing that? Why is it not considering it dead? I have the feeling it's not actually updating the target somehow. Oh, and I want probably X64. I want probably D64 actually. Yeah, it's not saving the target. Source selected. Ah, that's not working. Gets nothing. Oh, because I called it source there, and I called it target in the other one? Yeah. That's why. Okay, so now it claims stuff connected, though it didn't actually reconnect. If I close it then it's disabled. And then I can go back, and at that point it should be clearing it, but it did not. So I need to fix that. I think we lost the deletion. We somehow did not process the remove. Let's try that again. Okay, so it does remove it, and it does go away in the list. So if I make it current, Yeah, it does say went away, and then you get VK there, and then if I click on auto connect, oh, okay, it just doesn't update. We're missing the update call. We just need update properties in that case. So it's because even if we return, did we print the clear out previous dead target thing? Yeah, it does. So it actually just, that refresh doesn't do what I think it does. It needs to do a whole update properties. So now we have no auto connect. Run it. Shows up on the list. Close it. Goes away. No auto connect. Oh, and it died. Close, 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 close. Getting close. So we run that. Final test VK. Okay. And then close it. Back. Interesting. So it's like it's like it's like it lost some kind of string here. I'm assuming property list at string is holding a copy of the string in there. Otherwise it wouldn't make a lot of sense. Add item. Yeah, it does dupe it. It's almost like when I do this erase here, something's wrong in this logic. Can produce the target, free target for target. The erase capture target? Yeah, that makes sense. Finds the target again and refresh. Update PipeWire target. What's going on here? I guess I'll add more prints. I don't know why this is not... Or is this crashing like in the middle of cute stuff? Oh, now it's crashing when I open it. Okay, great. Oh, that's nicer. So this is because the target got saved. Okay, #0 doesn't make any sense. Clearly something is wrong here. Oh, I need to set the default one to unique. That's one thing. But the other thing is what happened here. 0 #0. I feel like it's not saving. Like those strings are. Okay, where is this crashing? In this file at line 2054. Okay, that doesn't work. Properties view. So setting as OBS property name property. It's like the property. Oh, okay. So the property is not getting. Wait, hold on. I feel like something's wrong with this get properties part. Like. Get properties. I mean, I guess I can have it set defaults, but that's Yeah, like the get property stuff is not updating right. Let me print the properties here. Why is it not? Also delete this. Oh, it's possibly because we're recreating the properties. Oh, I think I have a little loop here. BT. And there's a recurse. Oh, and there's a recursion problem. Okay. Thread loop. What happened here? Oh, that might be the other source. Okay, so that is actually the problem is just the unique, because if this is not unique, then it's looking for a property and then the value doesn't exist anymore because yeah. Yeah, that's why. Okay. So it is actually happening because I did not set unique properly here. So essentially, the current value always has to be in the list. And for that to be true, we can never change the unique value for an existing thing, which means that if something is dead and not unique, so this can never come back. So actually, if the target is unique, if it's dead and it's unique and not stir come, so there's no restoring non-unique sources because that can never happen. And then the other bug then is that if the if we update the property list and the target is not unique, yeah, so we want to change the current value here to make sure that we don't, we never recurse on source selected. Oh, we don't have the OBS data here. That's right. So it's when we refresh here, we need to make sure we only refresh when this I guess we can never refresh, then that's not safe. Calling source update properties here is not safe. How does that callback work? It's not even checking the return value. There's an OBS property modified. So it does invoke refresh property, so we don't actually need to do that then. Update properties, refresh properties. I guess that means it has to update it in place. Okay, so then instead of calling that function, what we need to do is actually just update the properties in place. So source selected. Oh, we do have the properties here. Okay, so we can actually do that. We have the property, yeah. So we can just refresh that. Okay, that makes sense. Aha. Wait, non-property list clear. And we can just call this with the mutex locked, target list. Aha. Now, the problem is that I was triggering a recursive recreation of all the properties instead of in place updating the property list. And so then it was very confused. See, now it's fine. We have final test VK and no autoconnect. If I go to no autoconnect, it disappears. Okay, that's what I want. So now it's set to no autoconnect. And if I run final test VK, go here, we can choose it. Still not autoconnecting. So what happens if I run OBS with it? Yeah, it does reconfigure. And if I set to no autoconnect, it stays connected because it doesn't actually disconnect it. So the autoconnect would be fine to leave it connected. However, the problem is it's not refreshing when you set it to connect. Okay, so let's do 2 of them. Let's do EGL also. So now we have EGL, and yeah, it does not change anything. So that's not great. How do we force it to reconnect? So one thing I want to test is whether it will at least initially connect if the source appears. If I run OBS, and this is set to VK, if I run if I run final test VK and don't autoconnect on this one, it does connect. Okay, so it does connect automatically. Is it to VK? Okay. If I run EGL, yeah, that's the thing, right? It will. It doesn't listen to the change. It's probably still on VK then. Yeah. Okay. So. The target object is set to EGL, but essentially Wire Plumber didn't get the update. Software PipeWire, so projects, Wire Plumber. So how do I force a reconnect, like a refresh of this? Because the target object, I hope it's not none of the registry things. That would be really annoying. The node here. Pimple node. No, there's not, the target object is not registry. So, I guess it's just I need some kind of way of triggering a refresh on this. There's an allow moving streams and don't move. Okay, let's look at the logs in here because that'll give you some idea. This auto connected to VK, and even though it's an EGL, oh, and actually it's okay. We have a duplication problem. We're not clearing them out because 254 is. Okay, let's fix that first. Found new target VK. Is not unique. Oh, because it's removing EGL because... Why? Okay, now that's a bug. Oh, it's because the target is already dead. So if the target ID is equal to the ID and not target dead, because if it's dead, it can't have an ID. Which begs the question if I can just use the fake ID to signify dead. That would make more sense. Now we have EGL and it's not selected. We can start EGL. It does connect. Start VK. Close EGL, and then we can start VK again. We have the duplicates. EGL is gone. So they're back. Now we have a VK. I have 2 VKs. Okay, so if I go to VK, EGL is gone. Run another VK. Oh, it pops out not autoconnect because we're duplicates now. I think that's okay. If there are duplicates and you have the window open, it should just... Ideally, it would just change to the... Ideally, it would just change to the... to go by ID, because we do set unique to false. So I guess what we can do is if but we don't have the data here to fix that because this is calling update properties and then that doesn't have the data info. Can we get that if we do update properties? Can we just get data? There's probably a source get data thing or something we can use. Not PipeWire, OBS. sources. No, 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 no. Get settings. Okay, that gets the data. Yeah, so I can probably just use that if I just need to fix it here. Basically, if this happened, then automatically change the data to the right one. If the current target equals I, then use data set string. And then I don't really want to update properties here. It's kind of like I mean, I guess it's really more like update property values, but I don't know if that's actually a callback I can call. And this might still work though. Okay, so let's try that. So right now this is set to EGL. Run that. And it is connected. If I go to properties, pull this up, and run another test EGL. Oh, that did not work. Wait, that's VK. VK. EGL. Oh, it disconnected. Okay, that did not work. now run EGL disconnected, and we'd run EGL once, connects, run EGL twice. Goes to not connected. This cannot find. Wait, cannot find target comma? What? Oh no, that's bad. Whatever just happened here is bad. Oh, cause like. Okay, yeah, I'm just stupid. Use after free, yay. It's connected. Open the window. Yes, that's what I want. It retargets to 226. And when you close that one, it disconnects because... Well, actually, no. In this case, if it never changes, I would want it to go back. If it's connected and it's open, then do the migration. Yes, this makes sense. So that if you have the window open and the target's not going away and not changing or anything, then it will continue to track the status of whether there's duplicates or not. But if you actually make a change, it's just gonna yeah, essentially, if there's only one source with that name, then it will become unique. If the source goes away, though, it will become dead and never come back. I think that makes sense. This logic is all kind of painful. Okay. So this is already on EGL now. Run it again. Run it twice. No, that's VK. EGL. Duplicates, closes it, goes back. And if I close the other one, oh, -1. Okay, we need to fix that. That needs to go to no auto connect at that point, because that's all gone now. Yeah. Yeah, so this happens when a target was set by ID and then it goes away. When that happens, we need to essentially oh no, but when it's unique, it's supposed to... Oh no, it's when it goes away and it's not unique is when this happens. Yeah, so if it goes away and it's not unique, then... And then in this case, the drop target should also delete it from the list.
You didn't eat the sausage.
I'm sorry. I'll eat it.
It's mine.
What?
Mine.
Okay. You can have it. Source selected. Actually, essentially on global remove, it should just be removing it at that point. So I don't even need to do that. What I really need here is that if it's not unique, so you have any, and if it's a serial number node, if it's not unique, yeah, actually, if it's unique, it just sets it to any. If it's not unique, it just deletes it unconditionally. And and then it updates properties. And so then it should actually retarget. Well, retarget doesn't really matter because if it's targeting by serial, the PipeWire target will just be won't exist anymore. That doesn't actually matter. But what needs to happen is for the data to be changed. So now we have EGL, and we run it once, we run it twice. This is the other one, it works. If the one that is currently selected and it's not unique, it goes away. And the dialog is not open, it should come back. Actually, it came back to the other one, which is a bit confusing now, but because at this point it would have the double things. Okay, now it's confused. Like, that was not wrong what just happened there, but that was not wrong, but it needs another special case. And this is why I'm really hating this code now. Right, so if the target that's going away was not unique, and there is a dupe target that is unique, then if the current target is equal to the index, and there's a duplicate target, so now I need to somehow know if we are targeting by unique. I could use the data for that, I guess. But I don't know if I have the targets lock. I guess I could have a pool. So if we have a dead target, it better be unique. So this has to go through the source selected. If target name does not start with a yeah, so when we update the PipeWire target, we want to catch whether we are unique or not. Okay, that makes sense. So if the target, okay, so if we have 3, for example, and the first one goes away, and it was targeted as unique, then retarget. If we have 2, the first one goes away. If it's unique and the current target, it will just set it to any. If it's not unique and the current target, then it will just drop it. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Oh, this logic is so subtle, but it's similar to what some of the stuff I'm gonna have to do for video for Linux. So this is good practice. Okay, so back to this. We're on EGL now. Let's close it. So we're on EGL. If I start the first one, it works. If I start the second one, it becomes non-unique. But if I close it, it goes back to being unique. And then if I close the first one, it should retarget to this one. And yes, still consider it unique. So now it moved to the other one. And it pinks back. So now it's doing the right thing. And now that what's left is the retargeting that's not working. So why is this not working? There has to be some kind of thing I need to do to tell PipeWire Plumber to update. happened here? Don't fall back a set. Define targets. Don't fall back a set. Yes. So there is somehow a cache involved here. Because it's definitely targeting BK. So this function is getting called, and then we have SI props, no target. So there's a select target event, and where does that come from? It's gonna be annoying if I can't change the target. Oh, when enabled morphin monitors the default method to change the target object key of the stream. Ah, okay. That moving streams. Default value is true though. Metadata name default. So maybe I have to modify the metadata. Okay, I'm going to just hack my Lua scripts and just see if I can add some debug here to see what's going on. So, what is that gonna print here? You have VK. Let's run EGL also. Nothing happens. Close vocal, nothing happens. My log just died. Oh, I need to set the debug. Set the log level, okay. So now this is set to EGL, set to VK. Does not actually do anything. Not pick DGL. If I close it and do VK, it doesn't do that. But now it's at the VK. So if I stop it and run it again, it doesn't work. Okay, why? Oh, it's set to no target. Why? Huh, wait, there's nothing there. Oh no, I didn't. I had an % S here. Sorry. Okay, let's restart. Oh, something happened there. Bad argument 5 to format, no value. Okay. Doesn't like that. want me to format no value? What? Oh, because I'm in the wrong place. Okay, try that again. Oh, Rosa caught that. I'm not sure which one. Rosa caught lots of things. Okay, I think this one works now. So we have this set to VK, which is not there. Let's go to EGL. Doesn't do anything. So at this point, the node config is set. GL again doesn't connect. Yeah, so now I think it wants to get VK. And it gets VK. Okay. So now if I run EGL, nothing happens. Run it again. Doesn't connect. Okay, why? It thinks it's still VK. I think there's a cache thing going on here. Because the target is EGL for sure now. Save target node and target option metadata changes. Yeah, so that's for the metadata default, but that's not what we want. Handle move setting. Yeah, that's for default. Yeah, so this doesn't actually work. Okay. So what about that metadata? Can we change the metadata and make it work that way? Remap source. No. I mean, there's PW metadata, which I guess we could add. Let me just make some changes here. Just recording playback, something here. System sounds, no. If I'm recording and I change from this to like something else, that should be stored in metadata now. No. Is it because we're stored? Target object. Okay, so target object in there, and okay, yeah. So I can probably so I can probably just add this to the PipeWire code and make it work. So if I start OBS like this, and oh, not like that. So now it's set to whatever it's set to. It's not targeting EGL. It's set to EGL but not targeting EGL. So it's it's set to EGL. So if I go PW metadata. The ID is 265. The key would be target. Target object. The value would be same thing was here. Final test EGL. And the type, I guess, is the same as before. Spot ID. Does not work. Possibly because I set it as a target and that is cached, so I might need to. If metadata and don't move, ID nil, not defined false. What is not defined used for? Format accepted boolean. I use %s and like toString. Just move this to the right. I just have in there. Oh, nil value. Oh, no underscore. So it says it's EDL on there. Metadata. The ID is 226. No. It says it's BK. Is it actually BK? Oh, it is. Hold on. Did that work? Does work. Okay, so I guess we can use this metadata stuff. It does go away when it goes away, so it's not persistent. And it probably got stored here somewhere. Default nodes. No. Default profile. No. Default routes. No. I guess it doesn't save it, which is a good thing then. Okay. So then we need to figure out how to set that metadata stuff, because that does actually work. Yeah, so we can look up the metadata like that. PipeWire. Registry global CB. Okay, I guess I can just put it here. No, do I want to put it here? I don't really want to put it here. I really want to put this in here. The registry stuff, okay. I guess I can just have double. Registry events. Call it registry listener and user registry listener. And then we want the metadata on this one. So we found the metadata, and then we want to store it somewhere. PW registry, metadata. Metadata. And then I just need to add the set here. And so then, the annoying thing is that AutoConnect is not going to be modified. So, we definitely want to set those always. If we have... Right, okay. So what we want to do is... set target properties. Basically, always set, if it's invalid, always call that. If we have a target, set it to target. Otherwise, set it to null, and then set the metadata. And then there was a thing here about the target. Yeah, it's the default target stuff. I'm kind of curious where the caching happens, though. Yeah, it only there's a device params change, so that's different. Yeah, it only listens for the metadata changed anyway. So we definitely need to change that. Okay. So the problem with the metadata is we need the object. To get the object, the stream connect, so I need the node ID of this one. I don't know if that exists yet before creating it. Get node ID, that's what I need. Bound props. No, on connect is when the node gets created, so it won't have that. So, so set target properties doesn't actually work. So then I can get rid of that. And set target. Do that with the lock one there. Okay, so where we create the stream. Yeah, so always set auto connect. But stream properties. Funnel. And to set to something that doesn't exist so that it doesn't try to to fall back to default. And auto connect is actually just going to be set down here. So we always set that. Update target. Set target, sorry. So just add this one. Props. Target object. And If we have a target, target, otherwise none. Yep, just like that. So the only thing I'm not sure about is I don't think it's going to actually disconnect when it is already connected. But that is probably okay. Let's see what happens. So the other thing is I need the metadata in here. Update properties, loop unlock, and then the metadata, I need a get this thing here. And then stream get node ID stream, and then I need a key and a type and the value. So the key is key target object. The type, is that just a string? Yeah. And it's this one with ID, which isn't even there. Yeah, it's not in there. Okay. And the value, which has to be a string, which is a string, which is the target. I guess grab the target here. Does this do the right thing with nulls? Yeah, it does the right thing with nulls. Let's see if that works. Does not compile. Permissions. Unused parameter permissions. Yes. Okay, So now we are on EGL and we run EGL on this one. Where is it? It does connect. We run pipe VK. Go to settings, set it to VK, and it does not connect. And did metadata work? It did, but it did not. I got these backwards, okay. Okay, so now we're on VK and run EGL, settings, EGL does not connect. No, what happened? Now I have it backwards. Key target object, values by this. Now it works. Now it works. Look at it switching. Oh, interesting. If it's the VK, if I set nothing, it goes back to whatever was set when it was created. Which is not the best thing to do. Okay, so I guess I can't really set the target in the main object here. This does not work. So just drop that. Always set it to done, and then always set the metadata after that. We don't need this props thing anymore. Is that right? Set target is the... Yeah, OBS-PW stream is actually not stream like this. Expirations is 0. Okay. All right. I think we're almost there. So So there's no autoconnect right now. And if I go and set EGL, pick that. And then set Vulkan, goes to Vulkan, set not connect. It stays connected, but I can change it. So yeah, it's not gonna disconnect for you. But you can delete it and see that it doesn't come back. I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable behavior. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to force a disconnection. So then, if I go to VK and close that, it'll go back to VK? No, it won't. Why not? Okay, so we have an initialization problem. VK, EGL, VK. Yep, something did not work. Segmentation fault. Okay, it's not setting the actual metadata. Why is it not? Possibly because the node is not. I think I might need a sync or something like that. No. Possibly just the node does not exist yet, and this needs like a sync. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. How do I make a callback on when the node exists? On state paused, I guess, is when it wants that. So we can do that on state paused. On state change callback, yes. And we want to do like an initial set or something like that. I think we can just say if this target be free the target, and then on the set target call, if there's a target, then just not do it again. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's do the city thing here just to make sure we don't have arrays. If the node ID isn't valid, return, then do that. And it should still be the same because the node's never going to change. And be free at the end. And this can actually just be stirred up because we know it checks the null correctly. I think that works. Okay. Not quite. 1390 watts. Oh yeah, on state changed. But we still have like a mutex inversion problem going on here because of that lock is used for more than one thing. I think I'm gonna use 2 locks. Yeah. That'll make it a little less crazy and a little easier, yeah. So config lock. And then we can actually nest those loops properly. Not set target. Actually, we can do the thread loop outside because the callbacks are going to be called when the thread loop lock held. Yeah, like that. And this one the same, actually. And so then finally we need to do the same thing in that one and just call rename lock. On state changed callback. If we have a target, just call this thing again. Hey, I can just release the lock here. And I just deadlocked it. Why? It's not the lock, then where is it stuck? It's stuck in a read? Update state is calling remove node from graph. Now I'm confused. This one. This doesn't need to be called. This is, unhappy. Okay. Okay. I think we're close. I think we're close. Okay. Or not? It goes straight into the connecting state. Is the problem that it... no. State connecting. So then you go into the paused state. Is the problem that it's getting connected too quickly? No, because it hasn't even created anything yet. Oh, signal to set target. That should not be there. No, it is. Sorry, that's it's creating it. So it does it does call the callback once, created stream, and is it because I'm calling that the first time? Maybe I need to queue it. I might need to queue it then. So let's actually do the queue thing. I guess it doesn't like the metadata being changed directly from the callback. No, it does not like that either. And it didn't actually set the metadata. Yeah, so it calls the target callback, and it's like too late. Like, is this a bug in PipeWire? If I don't set the property. No, that's still not working. If I just do nothing, it does work. Oh, yeah, that's a problem. This is a problem, obviously. I think that's the bug. Yeah, okay, that's the bug. That it was getting called before it has a valid stream. Yeah, it was an yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I don't actually need to set target. Don't need to actually defer this. I can just do Oh, now the issue is that null has a special meaning here. So, I guess I should set the target to none at the string level here. And in that case, I'm gonna literally just unconditionally call set target. And so then I should do the same thing here. Be free target, be served up target, target. Just give it a none there. And the same story with same story there. Okay. Set property error. Stale file handle. What? What do you mean stale file handle? Let's try the signal event. Okay, now it works. So I guess it really does need to be called back. Okay, now it works. Now it works. It connects to the right thing on startup. VK, Vulkan, and EGL now. Connects to EGL. VK. Connects to VK. And yeah, now we just need to update libfunnel to be a bit smarter about this. So we definitely want to put the funnel testing into the node description and the name and all that. So let's do a quick change on that. So let's add some includes in here. Set the name. We have a set name, I think. No, we don't have a set name. Stream, set modes. No, we don't. We can't change the name after the fact. But we want to add some settings for this. Enumeration name. Something like that. And I can do this with a parent like that. Yeah?
That is a sausage.
Oh, okay. I'm getting hungry too, but I'm almost done.
I don't trust you. But is it okay if I only take us?
Sure.
You have no idea how much.
I'll see, but I think you've been working a lot, so...
I rated all the drawers. KFC is on sale.
Something like that. Something like that. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Set instance, set app name, set unique ID. And what are we doing with the app name? There's some stuff here in stream.c. There's a process binary, gets in the extra, yeah. App name, So on context new, this pulls up properties from the application name. Oh, this is binary. Yeah, so this is in the client. And that comes in the core properties, that's why. So I guess app name should actually be set at the context level. So that actually would go here in funnel H. And then the problem is that we have the context create funnel init. Yeah, as I thought so. I think I'm gonna have to have a separate call for connect here. Actually, I guess this would be for backwards compat. I can have both of those. actually, the instance can go in the stream. The app name should be in the client. Yeah. App ID. Okay, I think that makes sense. So, create stream, set ID. I need the invalid argument stuff in here. App name. So let's do that. Now we have funnel.c here. So funnel init. That's just gonna be and that, and so then we call this funnel create. And funnel connect. CDX. And then context new is where that gets set. Context properties. I think we can probably update those afterwards. Yeah, you can do an update properties. So connect can just be here and context connect. ID, app name. And actually, app ID has no default, I think. Yeah, it has no default, so we'll give it that. Oh, we can just get properties and then, yeah. Yeah, that's what we want. So we can just get properties and then do the update here. Which I guess means this is actually a sync int. And this needs to unlock there. And lock here. App name. You want to check for context core. app ID, app name. Okay, so that's that. And now the stream stuff. What else is interesting? App version. We could have a version, I guess. Oh, app icon would be interesting for some stuff. I guess app version is useful. I guess I don't even know if the icon is used for anything, so we're gonna skip that for now. App ID, app version, app name. Actually, I can just have a something int context prop just call it like that, and just call this prop value, and then return as a context prompt the x. Makes it much easier. And this is his application name or program name. Interesting, that's like not used. Something like that. So Now the stream context. So for the properties here, we want to use the I probably just want to keep a properties list. But what's the logic I want to use? The node name I'm going to compute for the most part. Nah, these are my own things, so I just need to set them separately. Okay, no app name anymore. Basically just a no, we want an instance, a unique ID. There's a description for the stream. Yeah, so media name I think is the one that I was using for the one that could be changed. Yeah, media name. That's the one. Yeah, Final Fantasy here is the media name. Media name is the changeable one. So we had no nick, no description. I don't think we really need to support setting the nick to anything because the name and the nick are kind of the same story. So what stream is actually doing here, is it defaults the setting the node name to app name or process binary, otherwise the stream name, and then media name is the one that can be changed. There's no description on one of these. Yeah, it is. And so then we can do that. We need to have all the stream here. So config. And the media name can just go, doesn't have to use the config because we're not gonna query it anywhere else. So, and the startup do the right thing with no. No, it doesn't. Stream. So media name is the one that can be done when it's like that. Media name. and then we just do config pending. String set string. And stream instance user friendly. Oh yeah, we need that setting there. What am I using for the PipeWire side here? The node description, node nick. No, these here. So I show the description if it has one. Otherwise, I show the nick. Otherwise, I show the node name. Do I even want string description? Because I'm going to be probably calculating this based on the application name anyway. Do I want to do that? I'm not sure. Set instance, unique ID. stream name. Yeah, so the stream name would be Note Nick. And then the... Oh, arigato. No? The stream name would be Note Nick. The node name is what we are calculating. And the description is either custom or automatically generated. So we have the ID instance, unique ID, description, media name. So instance, unique ID. Did I have that? Oh, yeah, I do have that. ID. Let's just call it unique. And then set description. Instance unique ID description. Okay. Okay, cool. So now I just need to set these properties up. In the configuration. So Node Nick is the stream name. What is the stream name used for anyway by default? The stream name is used for the media name by default if it's not set. The node name defaults to the app name or that. The name is also used for whatever this name is. Which is like nothing, okay. So we actually want to mention that in file internal here. Media name. I think that is a thing that does work. Not C# and C. Is it C1X? Great. C. Not C#, C. Isn't it colons? I just forget how this works. I think it does work. So, stream name. Media name. Node nick would be ID. That's always the stream name. Node description. We're gonna compute here. The instance name is gonna be used for the node name. Name, node description. I also need to do the free stuff. Actually, I can just even. Yeah, I guess I'd on stream destroy. I need to make sure we free those things. ID instance, unique description, media name. What's that? CDX. Context. So go with app ID, otherwise with the sanitized app name, otherwise with the app bodies. name, app process binary. This digit is yeah, is not is P something like that should work fine. Actually, you don't even need to do it like that. We can just do not name. And just have it as like that. App ID. And since we give it a big buffer like that, so we're gonna take the app ID dot the unique ID, if there is one. Otherwise, the instance name if there is one. Give it the instance, and then the otherwise the stream name. overflow any of these. And then no description. And then we would go with the app name. App name, app ID, and then the instance, and then the stream name. Otherwise, just the app name, app ID, and the stream name. And this is the no description. Just got no desk. Okay, something like that. And so then if I go to software, NAS, git, funnel, build, ninja, lots of errors. Get properties is const. That's annoying. I guess I have to do the update properties dance. Where's the context stuff? Oh. Yeah, it's update properties, okay. It shouldn't be const. There we go. So now if I run final test VK, it's a fault. Almost there. Let's just give it a default there. Thread loop lock, context loop, 834, final connect, why is context 0? Okay, so that works. And run OBS. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so it's almost doing what I want, but not quite. No, it is, sorry. I have too many of them. Yes, it's right. So now we have the stream name in there. And I'm actually going to add something interesting here, which is if the app doesn't specify an instance, I'm going to have an environment variable to override it. So node name is still final test EDL. That doesn't sound right. We want the we want the media name in there. Oh wait, no. I closed EGL. Sorry. On Vulcan. Ah, there we go. That's good. Final test VK underscore. Okay, that's not right. We want to allow dots. Want to allow dots. And actually colons and things like that. Is there stir something like that? Yeah. I want to steer char. Okay, because colon is kind of useful. Do we want colon? Not exactly. It's more of a metadata thing, colon, but in a friendly name, I guess it would be a little different. Nah, it's not allowed colon, but we definitely want those. Ah, there we go. So now this is Fantasy VK colon final test. So this is showing the description, which is nice. No, names Fantasy VK final underscore test. That's perfect. And the nick is final test. Cool. That's pretty much what we want. Alright, so let me just put some stuff in the demos here. Final new, CDX, connect. And now, if we run that, does not work. Finally, find it. What? Final new. Sorry, not final create. Final new. Makes more sense than final create, honestly. And I'm just missing semicolons. There we go. And now it's called Final Vocal Test Stream. Nice. And similarly here, it should be called Final Vocal Test Stream. And if I dump the PipeWire stuff, alright, cool. Then this would need some spot to PW updates. Let's add let's commit some stuff here. Okay. The kind format stuff always changes everything. Okay. I need to check stream create for the state. Do separate commits. next shape now. That works. I'm just gonna push that. Oh, apparently I have to fetch. Okay, cool. That takes care of that. And then let's push PW-Video. What's with the beat right there? I do have a mutex there, yeah. Base, erase, standard int, okay. So we still have work to do. We still have to figure out we still have to add some more details, like I want to ideally be able to check whether the source is actually connected and like show the status and things like that. But yeah, this will work for now. Not bad. Oh, broke her, not broke. There we go. Yay, cool! Finally got this done. Might actually consider releasing this for testing to some people. But yeah, that's looking good. The other part that needs to happen is plugging the new functions into PWV. So I'll probably wait until that at least. But yeah, I think that's a good day. That's more than enough. Took longer than I expected, but at least we got through it. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day. Get some food. I didn't eat yet. And next time, should be a lot easier getting the Spout2 thing updated for the new source info and see if we can make the UI have some information about the connection and stuff. And yeah, that's a good start. Alright, thank you for coming. I'll see you all next time. Bye bye! Bye bye! See you all next time! See you next time. Why is my... Oh my god, I just crashed something. No? What? Hello? My... Oh, my string controller is broke. Let's try that again. Oh, it's because I restarted VTube Studio, that's why. Let's try that again. See you all next time, bye bye!